the format by now. Winner breaks within the sets. There's no golden break, no early tens. It's called pocket. 3-foul rule, of course, is in use. There's a 30-second shot clock, 1 extension each per rack, and 60 seconds after the break. I'm Mark White, and joining me in the booth for this one, well, he's a guy from the flattest country in the world, so he might not be any good at downhill skiing, but he has a mountain of knowledge on pool inside that head of his. It's Tim de Ruyter.
Thank you, Mark. You kind of make me speechless there, but what an introduction.
I always like to try and surprise you every now and then, Tim. So how's this one going for you, mate?
Well, I think it's tough to pick a winner. I think Wei Wei has been winning some more events than Sasha has if you look at the last couple of years. So that could be the slightest edge you could give Wei Wei. But looking forward to see what kind of battle will come out.
Yeah, she's won a couple of WPBA events as well. I think she won back-to-back Soaring Eagles, which is a big tournament. Everyone's there. She won that back-to-back. Good, powerful player as well. Good, strong break. Ball down, Tim.
Yeah. Pretty rough start from the beginning. Does make balls on the break, but nothing available on the one. And I feel, again, to most of the positions you push to, you're going to give something. Either a safety behind the 9 or maybe even a combination on the 9.
It's almost worth pushing to a jump, I think, isn't it? I know Wei Wei's very good with the short cue. Right, just putting it on the rail. Put a lot of thought into that one.
Yeah, it looks like she's going aggressive on this 1-9 combination. Cue ball to the rail. Difficult shot to play. Could roll up on the 9, just the left side of the 1. If you can do this, why not? Go for it. Nice shot, nice angle on the 1. Will still need a bit of an angle on the 2 to move over for the 3 in the top left. Perfect.
Wow.
Well, I say perfect. Maybe a bit straight.
Certainly come out firing, Tim, hasn't she? I think she may just have a slight angle, so she's okay here to get nearer to the 3. Imperative to get off to a good start, and she's doing that, coming out fighting, cueing well already.
A little bit more angle on this 6. I think if you play this with enough left spin, you can spread the pace out enough going 2 rails. If you run directly towards the 7, you could get very close. No, she's played it. Actually, she's made it look very easy. She doesn't look too happy with how she's landed on the 7.
Yeah, showed a lot of emotion there. She was almost disgusted with that. Looks all right to me though, Tim. It just wasn't where she exactly wanted it, I know. Always striving for perfection, pool players. So it was that push out, Tim, which you said was very, very awkward, and it's turned out to be just that, as it's going to cost up this opening rack.
Yeah, really did not come easy, this rack mark. But what a run out after the push from Wei Wei.
Yeah, tremendous. Setting her stall out, showing her intentions. All 4 quarterfinals are going on at the same time, of course. Jasmine Ocean is up against Chihiro Kawahara out on table number 8. Over on table number 1, it's Soa up against Pia Filler. And on table number 3, also available on stream, Han Yu is up against Zhang Muan in the all-Chinese affair. Now there's just one Chinese Taipei, which is Wei Wei, of course. We have 3 Chinese, a Korean, a Japanese, an Austrian, and a German. Really, really strong field. I think the only 2 players that I can think of, Tim, that weren't here was Rublin and Cheska.
Yeah, I wonder why, but yeah, point definitely made there. Strong field. I mean, the money also in these events is growing and growing, even bigger and bigger on the men's and the women's side. So, yeah, obviously the best of the best are going to come out.
I actually think Rublin was struggling with some injury, and unfortunately for Cheska, she lost her mother just a couple of weeks ago. So can understand why she's not here. So we see a beautiful safety there from Shasha. Pretty good in the kicking department. I'm sure she'll call the 9, Tim, won't she? I think she's going off 1 rail here. Oh, she's changed her mind. She's going the other way, 2 rails.
Yeah, does the cue ball run far enough? A window. There might be a little window to make this 2. The only good news I have for Wei Wei is this might be straight. So Shasha will have to draw this back to the left side of the 8 and take the cut on the 3 ball. If it actually goes, I mean, apparently the 8 might be just a smidge in between.
Well, this is some jump.
Must be playing the safety behind the 4. This cut is tricky. You also have to hold the cue ball, kind of, to be on the 3 ball. So, nice. Cue ball frozen to the 4.
I've only just realised, Tim, that Christina Tkach isn't in the quarterfinals, and that's because Soa beat her earlier on today. I didn't realise that. Just looking through those ladies' quarterfinals, so not what Christina was looking for, but she is still very much in the doubles, of course, which will be coming up after this. Down to the quarterfinals in the doubles as well.
Yeah, threaded the needle there between the 8 and the 4. Yeah, you would say the 4 does go by the 9. But still, we'll have to do a little bit with the cue ball too, from 4 to the 5. And that's where just moving the cue ball a bit on the 4, you might actually miss the shot itself. Ooh, might come. Yeah, she's on top of the 5.
Thought she hit that rather hard, Tim, that one. Could have stayed well to the right of the 5 ball, to be honest. Now, as you say, awkward over the 5. What does she do? Just draw it back a little bit, I guess, and leave a tougher 5 ball. Could play into the rail and off the 9. That was really nice. One thing you will notice with Wei, she's not one of the quickest players on the tour, so she's going to hear a lot of beeps, I think, during her shots. Puts a lot of work into the pre-shot routine.
Yeah, great recovery indeed on the 5. But another shot needed. Top left spin. Make the 8 go short rail, long rail. Maybe not even top spin, maybe more like a stun left. Just got the wrong angle going up table. Oh, she just chose to make the 8 and take this long cut on the 10. Definitely missable.
Wait. That's it. Cue ball has stopped. Don't want to go and throw it away. There's Vincent Rochefort, events manager and head of I've forgotten his title now, you know. Development for Predator Cues. Now, who did you choose, Tim? I can't remember. Who did you go for in the doubles in the end?
Well, I tried to pick a team that was new to the event. And the second I chose that team, they already lost their first match and they actually went 2-0. So, yeah, we might as well not talk about my choice this time.
Well, I have another choice. In the quarter-final stages.
Let me get the draw out.
Tell you, looked really good yesterday, I thought. Dennis Grabe and Zhao Fang Fu, they really were a good partnership yesterday. Fillers, of course, dangerous as always, but to catch and catchy, well, they were my pick right at the beginning, but I'm not so sure. Of course, you could never be sure in pool. So, try break.
Han Yu Wu Kun Lin is a strong pairing.
Yeah, very strong.
I might have to pick them. But we'll see. Will still be interesting. A lot of good teams in there. Just like in the Carrinho Women's Open. There is an edge. I don't like to cut this, but what else will you play? Can she hit it full enough, sending the one straight down?
I think she's got a little bit less of that. To be honest, I can't really see. Maybe half the ball she's got. Oh, she did have it, Tim. You called it right. I told everyone at the beginning in my intro that you're a mountain of knowledge as far as Q Sports are concerned.
Yeah, don't get to me for any other advice than playing pool. Now, tough to get to this one ball.
Judge the spin on this well, isn't she? To miss the 10.
Oh, just barely missed it. Good try. Was wondering why if she could have maybe played over the right long rail, but maybe same thing, a lot of spin involved. So, ball in hand, this match still... Well, I feel like both players are settling a bit into this match. Now, is she going to play for a 3-5 combination? In that case, would be nice to get herself nice and close to the 3 ball. With the angle she has now, I don't give her much chance to get in between the 3 and the 5. Oh, that's what she's tried to play. Tough shot coming up and awkward queuing over the 10.
This now has turned into a very, very good opportunity, hasn't it?
Still bumping balls and feel like she's not getting the cue ball exactly where she wants it to be. A bit longer on this 5 now too. What's the pace on this one? A lot better. Still needs to get from the 7 to the 8.
To do now, Tim. Big draw shot coming up. Wanted way more angle on this so she could use the rail, I think, to get up for the 8.
Well, has to put a little trace of spin on this cut to avoid running into the 10. This is now twice that she had to play quite a big cut. Handling it well, but quite straight again on this 9. This is what I'm saying. It doesn't come along too easy at the moment, Mark. The shapes running a bit too far, a bit too short over and over.
Yeah, working extra hard here, Tim, to keep this run out going, but she's managed it. It's been a tough one for this 10 ball for 2-1 for the world number 4. Just bring you up to date with some latest scores, guys, all available for you as well on ProBilliardSeries.com, of course. Chihiro Kawahara is 2 racks up against Jasmine Ocean. Hanyu 2-1 up against Zhang Muan. And over on table number 1, it's Sir Soa 3-0 on the hill against Germany's Pia Filler. You just see in the background that table going on. That's where Jasmine's playing, over on table 8. But all the other 3 tables are available on Pro Billiard TV. And don't forget, we still have one more round to go tonight, and it's going to be the mixed doubles quarterfinals. In the drink. Ball in hand, Tim. The worst possible result from the break for you.
Yeah, there is nothing worse indeed. Well, also, look at this run out. Little bit of draw, like a ball back. Has angle on the 2 to cross out. The 3 and the 4 are not bad. It's just about getting from the 4 to the 5. The 5 does go in the top left. The other option could be give yourself a little angle on the 4 and go over the left the long rail into the 5.
Well, aggressive right from the start there, opened up that problem. Good vision there from Shasha Liu. Strong shot there from Shasha again, finishing beautifully on this 3 ball.
Well, looks like the 6 does go to the top left. So she doesn't have to go off this 5 to the top side. Well, she's still going to, but she really doesn't have to. Could drop this 1 rail straight to the 6.
Already very high standard being shown by both of these ladies. Both taking their chances when they come.
Oh, just barely around the 9. I'm surprised she didn't keep it easier. Like play the 6 top left, use the 7 in the top left to go forward. She moved the cue ball quite a bit to get this angle on the 7. It's still working though. Can now go low right straight over to the short rail. Just doesn't want to be frozen. No, again perfect.
Great player to watch. Really does smooth them in. How do you play this, Tim? Do you play just a slight stun follow? How do you just play this? Or just put a bit more power in it and bounce off the rail? Or can you just hold it?
I will hold it. I'm just going to stun. Not even stun run. You know, make the ball. Even if the cue ball goes 1 or 2 sits to the right. Anything on the 10 works. So find a stroke where you're not going to miss the 9. And I feel like if you put a lot of pace into it, you might rattle it once in a while. But she kept it fluent. So 2 each. Great match so far. Playing well. What a run out with the 5 and the 6 locked up, Mark.
Yeah, I loved what she did there. It was kind of like what you do in 8-ball, wasn't it? You see the problems early and get rid of them as early as possible. And she really took it by the scruff of the neck there and decided to open it up straight away. Referee Dave Pearson getting the balls ready. Just a little reminder for you guys that love your pool. It's just a day's rest after this event comes to a close on Tuesday. We've got all 3 finals on Tuesday. And then we've got a day off, and then we begin the Austrian Euro Tour, the Predator Euro Tour. And the field is going to be very, very stacked for that. And the discipline is 9-ball. So if you like a bit of 9-ball, Pro Billiard TV from the 25th. Here we go. Shasha. 2-2. Oh, look at this, Tim. Nice angle on the 2 to get to the 3. Good opportunity.
Yeah, go 1 rail in between the 3 and the 5. Four over the corner. Would say traveling from the 4 to the 5 is most likely the most difficult position to play. This might be the most difficult pot to play on the 2. Oh, she did a lot more with the cue ball. This is spacey. Yeah, crossing the positional area there. But she still has it to the bottom left, so she didn't look too worried. At least she's not on top of the 7.
In a world of her own out there in that zone. Almost put yourself in a cocoon. You see nothing and hear nothing apart from just the table and the click of the balls. Oh, mind the 10 ball.
Ooh. Yeah, and also, even if she makes the jump, there will be big distance on the 6. So trouble ahead.
Well, she needs it again.
Like Drake has once said in a song of his, another one. And then the cue ball will be stunned to the left. So the shot on the 7 might be a bank too. What is she going to give up? At least,
that's not
at
bad.
least it's a long shot.
Get the feeling, Tim, that could have been worse.
Yeah, it's definitely a shot you have to take on. You don't have to do much with the cue ball. I like personally to play a little bit of right spin to straighten the cue ball off the right long rail. Pocket speed. Make the pocket play a bit bigger. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. And this is such a huge rack to get on the hill first. So Sasha will be disappointed not to get there first.
Every player has their own way of going about things. You mentioned a song by Drake. There's another great song by Frank Sinatra, and it goes something like, I did it my way. And Wei is on the hill 3-2. Little bit. How are you doing, Gethin, anyway?
Yeah, well, I'm doing great. Yeah, I'm surprised too, Eric. Thanks for asking.
All of a sudden I've grown 2 feet and become Canadian. It's been a long day for the production crew as well, of course. The cameramen and the producers doing all the pressing of the buttons. And look at that. Look at those break stats. 100% success for Shasha. Wei would love to get a break now and break and run this set. For Rayla. Oh, how close was that?
Well, this could get interesting. Because the only way we're going to solve the 8 is by playing a combination into it. And, well, that means if she goes for the run out, let's say she plays a 1-5 combination, which she did take a difficult combination on earlier. No, she's taking a different shot. Imagine if she had taken the combination on. She would not be able to play any kind of combination onto the 10-8.
One option would be the 7, of course. no rail.
Yeah, so now, if we look at this run out, what ball would you choose to play into the 10 and the 8? Would you go for a 3-10-8?
Well, you could, but you could also go for the 7. Come short side on it from the 6. I don't know. You could do it off the 6 as well, Tim.
Well, the other option she has, I like the 6 actually. That's not bad. But the other option I was going to propose was maybe an angle on the 3, run into the 10 and the 8 and take whatever you get on the 4. But you might get very long distance on it depending on the bump on the 10.
Yeah, it's quite nice as well. I think that's what she's going to do here, Tim. I think she is going to draw over into it. Would love to flick off the rail first and flick the 10 onto the 8 like that. Ah, it's okay. It's worked out all right.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan with how limited she is now in her options on the cue ball. And if she drops the 4 ball in, the cue ball might track towards the 5. So I did really like to play the 6 onto the 10-8. Let's see if she can still close it out from this point. Yeah. Knew that she had to try and move the cue ball over to the other side of the 5, and she's missed that 4 ball. I just think opening up the 10 and the 8 with the 3 was too difficult.
Oh, this is attacking. What a shot this is, Tim. If she avoids the scratch. If she avoids the scratch. Oh.
Well, this set had it all so far. This is for 3 each. Cue ball frozen on the rail on the 6 ball to the middle. Of course, she's guaranteed to have something on the 7. But how often do we see just this single 6 ball going wrong?
Wow, what a shot. Very, very impressive opening set from both ladies.
Yeah, beautiful.
Through. Yeah, 3-3 it is, Tim. Very hard to separate these two. Good to see both players playing at the top of their form. That's what we want to see. Now Jasmine Ocean is going to have to come from behind if she's going to keep Austrian interests alive. She's already a set down to Chihiro Kawahara. Han Yu 3-2 up on the hill against Zhang Muan, and already a set up as well. Soa, which is a set up on Pia Filler, but Pia has taken the opening rack in their second set. Reminder of what's coming up, guys, a little bit later on. Han Yu and Wu Kun Lin against Amber Chen and Daniel Maciel, Chihiro Kawahara and Nukioi up against Takach and Kachi. The fillers up against Wang and Al-Kaidi, and it's Xiao Feng Fu and Dennis Grabe up against Wojtek Shevchik and Yuki Hiraguchi. All those matches coming up for you a little bit later on. One was on its way but got kicked away from the side pocket. One is cuttable, but what do you do with the two, Tim? Does it go to the top or top left as we look now? Past the three?
I don't think so. She might even be playing safe. Draw the cue ball into the 10, behind the 2 and the 8. You could be making a 3 ball by accident though, so you have to be very precise. Ideally would have been nice if she could catch the 8 real thin to push the 2 ball out a bit more. But she's just playing for the ball in hand.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Just elevates that safety just to the next level, doesn't it, where you're opening up the 2 as well. So good point.
Well, decent hit and still trouble on the 2. Might go to the bottom right as we look. But she barely put topspin on the cue ball. More of a stun with a lot of right. So that will be another safety on this 2. What will she play? Not too many options.
I'm with you. Can't get to the extreme edge of the 2 ball. Can she push it past the 8? Is there any room? Maybe get cover behind the 10 with the cue ball.
She's just going soft to push a 2 at the bottom short rail. So scary though. Might not get to the rail, so... I don't know about this, Mark.
Yeah, I think it was a really difficult shot to play, and she's just misjudged it. She was trying something a little bit more intricate, I think, and just pushing it to the bottom rail. I don't know what she was trying, to be honest, but it didn't work, and this is a really good chance now for Shasha to take the opening set. Cue ball naturally going to the 3. Looking ominous now for Wei Wei.
Well, this is a bit longer though on the 5.
Didn't really get into that one, did she? Didn't grab the cue ball. It's kind of a drag.
Difficulty on that 5 ball mark was if you stun it a bit more, the cue ball would have went into the 10. So to go right in between the 10 and the 6 was a bit more finesse in the shot. Well, now things are getting worse and worse. Bigger cut on the 7. I'm not even sure if she can hold for the 8. It looks like she might be even playing to go into the 8. No, she caught the 7 full, or at least fuller than she wanted to, changing the outgoing line of the cue ball. And honestly, when she got so nice on the 4, I was really not expecting her to not get the out. But things just slightly got worse and worse per shot. Is she going for the bank? I don't think so. Might be just playing the safe. And now is the pace on the 8. This might be just enough of a cut to take on.
Yeah, the face said it all, didn't it? She knew that she'd overhit it slightly. This is cuttable. Gotta hurry up though, 10 seconds. Well, is the bank on Tim?
Yeah, there is a bank. I just don't feel like she can get the cue ball closer to the 9. So if she goes for it, she'll leave the cue ball where the 8 is and have to take on a tough 9. That's why she's tried to get the 10 in between. Very dangerous shots. She's left a sitting duck for the safety.
Yeah, extremely difficult. The shot that she tried to play, there was no room for error. And she just wasn't accurate enough. She's going to find herself in big trouble here. And this could cost her the set. Needs something special here. She will call the corner, I'm sure. Unbelievable. I would have been inclined, Tim, to have taken on that bank shot on the 8 that she had into the side, just because the shot that she attempted I thought was way more difficult than going for the bank, and she could have drawn the cue ball out just a little bit to leave herself at least a shot at the 9. But it's going to cost her the set. And it's been a real battle as well, Tim, hasn't it, to win this set. There's been some really tough layouts. There's been some good safety. Kicking, jumping, it's had everything, as you said, this set. But it is Wei Chen which ends up winning it. The glove coming off for Xiaxia Liu. They're going to nip out. Tim Delaita and myself are going to nip out as well. We'll be back with the second set as soon as the ladies are back. We're going to leave you with some stats to peruse over. See you in a minute. Very warm welcome back to the Hotel Alpina, Alpendorf here in St. Johann, Pongau, Austria. Well, it just shows you how close this match is. Player over performance from both players. 800 and 804. Very, very close indeed. Welcome back. I'm Mark White, and I'm joined in the booth by Tim Delaita. Sum up that first set for us, Tim.
Yeah, really close set. The difference is not too big, but you could have probably made that out from the score. But a thrilling ending with both players having multiple chances to close it out, to take control. Now, in the second set, I mean, it's still difficult to pick a winner. Is Wei Wei going to win the second set and close it out, or is Shashalu going to bring this into a decider? I think we might be in for a close one. Good match.
Yeah, the standard has been very, very high. It's been fun to watch, a pleasure to commentate on. Hope you're enjoying it, guys, on Pro Billiard TV.
Yeah, won't be able to hit the one ball directly, but she does have a kick over the top short rail, and I'm a bit surprised if she had looked where the one ball laid with the 10. I'm not a big fan of the jump cue. Surprised she brought the jump cue.
Yeah, she's had to use up her extension already, which doesn't bode well for the rest of the rack. She's going to have to get a move on from here on in.
Oh, just far enough, but caught the one ball too much to the right, too much spin. Yeah, perfect speed, I would say, behind the 10. Kept it simple. Don't think Wei Wei has a little edge of the one. I might be wrong. She might be looking at just cutting this one ball in. No, she's kicking. This is much better. If she catches the one, if she can send it towards the 8, the 4 or the top short rail, I expect good things with the cue ball.
Jasmine Ocean making a comeback over on table 8. She's won the first 2 racks in the second set, having lost the first set. Zhang Muan has taken the first set against Han Yu. And Pia Phillip making a comeback as well. She leads 2-1 in the second set against Sosoa. But the Korean took the opening set in that one. What a shot. Look at the control there, Tim.
Yeah, and Well, again, the jump cue coming with, but there's 3 balls in between the cue ball and the 1, so that's not gonna be it. There is maybe a 1 railer into the 1, but the 2 rails definitely blocked by the 10 or the 9. So
And the 9, yeah. I was going to say, and the 9, both ways she's blocked, isn't she? This isn't easy, Tim, is it? That's why she's playing to tie up a ball.
Yeah, but she ran out of time and she has not tied it up well enough. That 4 ball still goes to the top right. So solve the 1, 2 and 3. Then it's all about getting from the 8 to the 9. That's where the traveling really is in this rack.
Well, you may remember, Tim, I said right at the beginning of this rack when Wei Wei took her extension on the very first shot, and I said she's going to struggle for the rest of the rack now. She's going to have to get a move on. And the very next shot she has to play, she's run out of time and ended up playing a little bit of a shocker, to be honest. Trying to tie the 8 up. Just panicked, kind of.
Like I mentioned, getting from the 8 to the 9 could be a problem, so she'll have to give herself a little angle on the 7 to get to the left side of the 8 or straight. So go into the left long rail with right spin, moving towards the 8. In that case, you would say you have plenty of chance to fall straight.
Big follow shot now, Tim. The high standard continuing. This young lady with the bit between her teeth knows she has to win this second set. And if she carries on playing like that, she's got every chance of doing so. Grabs the break cue, sits down and waits for Dave Pearson to rack the balls for us from the USA. Now Pia Fila is on the hill in the second set against Sosoa, so she's fighting back as well. Now, Has she changed sides, Tim? I think she has, hasn't she? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, not sure if it makes a very big difference, because you're not going to know what side of the rack is maybe laying a bit better, yes or no. They don't allow the players to check the rack, which is normal. It takes a lot of time if people every rack are going to check every gap. And obviously there's gonna be a lot more discussions when it happens, but in that way it feels like you just gotta pick your side where you feel like you're hitting them the best and stick to it.
Once again, bumping balls. Could run into the 3 if it doesn't pass the 9. Could also just hold it and play a safety from the 3.
Yeah, roll the cue ball, freeze it on the 9.
Didn't go for it in the end. She could have just held him behind the 10 as well. She had options there, but played a good one. Waving the referee over. Come and have a look at this, please, Mr. Pearson. Four rails, Tim. 3 rails. Past the 10. Side rail, bottom rail. Maybe the side rail as well. Got to make sure she hits the rail afterwards, though. Wow, it's a great hit.
Oh, full ball into the 2. Does have a decent return though. Wei could bring the cue ball back to the left side of the 5-6. Thin and a lot of right, maybe a little bit elevation to get a curve on.
Oh no.
Oh.
So no call, obviously, on the 4. So it's player's option. And of course she puts Wei straight back in again. Gotta hurry.
I was gonna say this might be jumpable. The good news is it's laying very close to the 5, so the jump is awkward. She's still checking the option. It's not the worst thing, actually.
Was a really good effort, wasn't it? Almost made it.
Yeah, just the shape afterwards as well was always going to be tough. And now if Shasha can get straight on the 3. Oh, this is short. Would have liked to be further, like a diamond at least.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, she is still making it happen. Actually expected her to maybe eventually run out of the positional play, but no. She is on with the bridge though, still not everybody's favorite.
The devil's implement, as it's sometimes called. Oh no. Well, can you believe that miss?
Wow.
After all the shots she's played, Tim, to keep the run out going, and ends up missing a sitter, really. She'd done all the hard work, and she's left the scraps for Wei Wei to get back into this second set. Should have been 2-0. It's going to be 1-1 more than likely. Won her first big title, Wei Wei, in Puerto Rico. Beat Cheska Centeno in the final from memory. And everyone was pretty shocked that that was her first ever real big win. But she's pushed on since then, won the Las Vegas Open. She's won some WPBA events as well. Very strong fields in those. And now levels things up here in set number 2. Now, mentioning all those other places, we're off to Rome. There's a new tournament in Italy starting on the 31st of July, so not long to wait. And we have a wheelchair open, a new event. We have the Fuji Women's Doubles Masters Showdown, which is another new event. And of course we have the Women's World 10 Ball Championship. That's all in Rome in Italy from the 31st of July to the 6th of August. And then we're off to Ho Chi Minh for the Poison Saigon Women's 9 Ball Open. Date to be confirmed. And also the box billiards mixed doubles. And the men's World 10 Ball Championships, dates to be confirmed on that. But 28th of September till the 5th of October, it's all eyes on Bali in Indonesia for the men's open. The men's doubles World Championships now. Do you remember that last year, Tim? That was absolutely fantastic match, wasn't it? A tournament. And we also have the women's World 9 Ball Championships. All these dates to be confirmed. It will be going ahead, and then it's off to San Antonio in Texas, 23rd of November, and then we end the year in Jacksonville, the home of Predator, from the 15th to the 20th of December. So plenty of pool coming your way, guys. Back to this. Very finely poised, isn't it? 1-1.
Yeah, looking forward to some busy months with the PBS indeed. Beautiful events. Looking forward to the doubles always. Just a different dynamic.
Yeah, we've got the women's doubles as well as the men's doubles, Tim. So that's going to be very, very interesting, isn't it? I mean, wonder what pairings we're going to get in the women's. That's going to be very interesting.
Now she did manage to find a way to make the one. This is a long 2-ball. If she has enough, it looks like she had a thin cut.
Well, the amount of left-hand spin she played on that. Piafilla did indeed win the second set. So she's 1-1 now with Solsar. That's over on table 1, guys, if you want to have a look at that. Table 3, Han Yu against Zhang Muan. And Han Yu fighting back 3-0 up in the second set after losing the first set. What does Wei Wei have here?
Well, she's going to try bring the 2 above the 4-9. Yeah, there is a real first on this 2, which brings the cue ball a little bit over towards the 8. And the 3-6 combination, well, you would say it's unmissable, so make this 2, give yourself a chance on the 3. And automatically a chance to win the rack.
Yeah, I like that call, Tim. A little bit close to her work here. She'd love to get back to the centre of the table for the 4. power in it, Tim, could she? Because she was so close to the 3 ball.
Yeah, missed the 4. Also, the pace she's played it, she absolutely thumbed it. So, first set, not so many mistakes from both sides. Now in the second set, I feel like the nerves are kicking in for both. One realizing, hey, I'm getting 1 step closer to the win. The other player realizing, 1 step closer to be in the plane.
You're absolutely spot on there with that comment. It's just showing in the player's arms, to be honest. There was no need to hit that 4 ball as hard as Shah did. I'm a little bit surprised she did, to be honest. With the 5 ball over the side pocket, didn't really have to do too much. Her nickname is the Wave, and the reason she's called the Wave is because when you watch her stance on a normal shot, not this one but on a normal shot, she kind of stands sideways on how you would on a surfboard, so she got the nickname the Wave.
Original. I mean,
yeah, there's a meaning behind the nickname, which is kind of what I like.
yeah, nicknames definitely should appear with a reason, with a story, with like something that fits the personality or the playing style or technique in this case could work. But for a while I feel like a lot of players, they kind of chose their nickname, or they just had people give them random options.
Yeah, Jasmine told me that's why she doesn't have one, because she's never really thought of one that, you know, suits her style, suits her personality, says, you know, more about her. And she did actually run a competition once on the WPBA tour to give her a nickname, and there was 140 suggestions, I think it was, and there wasn't one that she felt was applicable to her, so she still doesn't have a nickname, which is fair enough. I kind of like that as well, but she's in big trouble now. She won the first 2 racks in the second set, but she's lost the next 3, so Chihiro Kawahara is on the hill, the double hill. She could be knocking out Austria's last interest in the event here this week. For Rayla. Well, it's a chance, Tim.
Yeah, but is it an easy chance? Does the 2 go by the 7? That's the biggest problem. And the second is, can you play the 1 ball soft enough to where you can hold it, as in the 3 ball could be coming in between.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Yeah, the 3 goes by the 7. Did she? Oh, she must be playing the 2. Could softly play the 2 by the 7 and get to the bottom side of the 3.
Well, this combo is very difficult.
Oh, she's missed 2.
Miss.
She had plenty, I believe, to play the 2 by the 7, so big miss. They could have put her on the double hill too. We might see her way back at the table. Don't forget the 6 and the 8. Not easy at all. No easy combination onto the 8 ball.
Oh, Jasmine has just won a rack back. Saw in the background there, her making the final ball. So she's 3-3 now. Still fighting, of course she is. That's what she does, isn't it, Jasmine? Well, this is no gimme Tim, is it? This is very missable.
Yeah, off angle combination, not everybody's favorite. Yeah, as I said, we might see way back at the table because this is very missable still to run out, and well, right back at the table has the cut on the 6. I think she's gonna like bringing the cue ball around 4 rails to the left side of the 7. Depending on the pace, we might have just this. And afterwards everything should be fine to connect the dots. How's the pace? Looking good.
Tim.
Yeah, this can put way on the double hill. And it's weird because like both players starting to struggle this set. And I don't feel like we could be getting closer to the end of this match.
There's the surfboard stance, look. That's fine. And she's riding the crest of a wave at the moment. Going to be on the hill, these 2 final balls.
Yeah, this 10 to be one step closer to the finish line.
Yeah, and in it goes. And you may have just caught a glimpse there of Jasmine at the table. In their second set, heel. Jasmine has to win it to stay in the tournament. Hanyu fighting back 3-1 up now in the second set, having lost the first. And Pia Filler, after losing the first set, is 1 set all and 2 racks up in their deciding set. It's tight all over the arena, wherever you look. Another reminder, guys, on this table next will be Hanyu and Wu Kunlin up against Amber Chen and Daniel Maciel. Table 1, Christina Takach and Eklund Kachi up against Kawahara and Oi. The fillers play Wang and Al-Kaidi, and Zhao Fangfu and Dennis Grabe up against Hiraguchi and Wojtek Shevchik. That's all to come later on today. Back to this one. It's getting very, very interesting. Breaking on the hill. Oh, the 8 ball.
Things will have to wait for Wei Wei on the other side. Indeed. An ideal leave. Look at how nicely the balls are spread. It's all about a battle on this one ball. You don't want to push to the right side of the table because you know your opponent is most likely going to push the one next to the 2 ball and the cue ball to the right side of the 3, 9 and the 8. Kind of too easy to play safe from the right side. Could you maybe push near the left side pocket and give just a little piece of the one?
Well, I think she's getting this back, don't you? Shasha not moving. She kind of knew it was going to come back to her. Overhit the push.
Oh, great contact. Does she get any luck? I don't think so. There might be a carom on the 5.
Chance to get a really good telling safety in here. Is she cutting this in, Tim? Oh, it looks better from that angle.
Yeah, much better from this angle. If she can catch the bottom side of the 9, cue ball would slide over to the right side of the 2. Just gotta not play too firm. No, she's playing safe. She's gonna draw the cue ball to freeze up on the 2. Oh, froze up on the 3 ball just enough.
Yeah, getting a nice little jelly roll there at the right time. Again though, superb kick from Shasha Liu. That really was something special, Tim, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful hit. Great speed. Wei Wei might be able to do the same.
No, not this time. Oh,
Any
maybe.
luck?
Oh, dear, oh dear. Well, it looked like she was going to definitely leave that on. But she's got away with it. Oh, what a turnaround that is as well. If that goes in, it's match over. But look at this, Tim. Extension already gone down to 5 seconds. She needs to hurry. Danger averted for now. Now I just want to say a special word about Jasmine Ocean. She never ever ceases to amaze. The fight in that woman is just unbelievable. Such focus, grit, determination. She grinds to the end. She's won the second set, can you believe? 1 set all. She's still alive. Shasha still alive in this one.
Yeah, and she does have a thin contact on the 1. It's difficult though. Well, I'm saying Wei Wei has a thin contact on the 1, but that means Shasha will get back to the table. She hit it well. She hit it very well. So easy to catch that full or too full. This is pretty close to the 10-2. Not impossible to jump, but not comfortable either. That's why she's taking the kick over the bottom short rail. Big ball to hit. But don't forget, any chance she gives to Wei Wei can be her last one.
I do like to see players, Tim, you know, not just taking the jump shot all the time. Although the jump is on here, she's such a great kicker, this girl. She really is. Keeping the art of kicking alive. I mean, it will never disappear completely, of course, but... Oh, she needs a bit of luck. She's not going to get it. This could be the chance. She may have just played her final shot in the Carrinho Women's Open for 2026. Where's the banana skins, Tim? There's the first one. Well, it's still on. Natural cue ball running round towards the 3. Yeah, not ideal. May have to take a long 4, Tim.
Yeah, well, can stop the cue ball right there and indeed take the cut for the 6 in the middle. The other option is to draw into the short rail and a little bit out to be a bit straighter, but... Oh no, what did she play there? Why would you play with the left spin? Why would you take any chances at finding a window between the 8-9?
How costly is that positional error going to be? Yeah, she was always wide of that one, I thought. I'm sure she'd love that shot again on the 3 ball. Shasha lives.
Now could have left the 7 for the middle, but chosen to go to the bottom right mark. This is a very open chance, unless something odd happens. Definitely not expecting way back at the table. Just the pace on this needs to be kind of straight on the 8. Yeah, just like that.
Well, she did have a very good chance. Position from 3 to 4 went wrong. Ended up hooking herself. Ended up giving ball in hand, and this is the result. Xia Liu staying alive at 3-2. This could be a very long match. The first set went really quickly, didn't it? The standard was just so high. Both players POP above the 800. I'm just wondering what they might be now.
Well, still a long way to go for Lou. Will have to get a ball in on the break, get shape. If not, she could lose the rack in one inning. If she has a dry break, she needs cover on the one. So sometimes the break can be scary. There's nothing you can actually expect.
Ball down, Tim.
One ball down.
Straight in.
And shape on the 2. Wow, what
Just
a chance. Still not easy.
What's the problems, Tim? The 6 ball, is that a combo with a 7 maybe? Does it go past the 10?
The 6 does go by the 10. The combination didn't look like it was so attractive, but also this 2 ball has the angle going to the right. And if you would play with low right, the 10 ball could come in between. So the shape on the 3 ball already the early challenge. Oh, where's the cue walk on the stop? Just by the 9. As you can see, the 6 might be just okay by the 10. I mean, in general, you should be able to go for the run out on this, especially after that nice opening shot on the 2.
MC Luke Riches in the front row there, in the blue shirt, white trousers, doing a fine job with all the interviews. You can catch them all on the Pro Billiard Series Facebook page. I watch them every day, all of them, just to see if I can pick up any little pieces of info. Good work, Luke. Keep it up, mate. Yeah, she is going to play the combo. Well, maybe not, Tim. She's looking at the 6 past the 10. But that combo looks pretty wide as well. But if you haven't got to play it, I guess, why would you? We had a first set hill. Looks like we're going to get another one. Oh dear, oh dear.
Wow, well, she did maybe not have the complete full corner, but never expected the 10 to come that much into play.
I don't think it was the prettiest of strokes either, to be honest. It looked a bit quick and snatchy to me. Of course, they always look worse when you miss the ball, especially when you hit another ball on the way. So what a chance this is to get over the winning line. Bit of travelling to do, Tim. Wants it to run. Well, a little bit more would have been nice, Tim.
Will she be able to avoid the 10? I think she can go still in between the 9 and the 10 and play the 9 in the same middle, or run back to the center of the table. But was never going to be straight in on this 9, so still not out of the woods. Can imagine the pressure too.
Yeah, the photographer moving in for the money shot. And it's going to be this straight in 10 off the rail. Just got to focus on it, keep the head still. They're missable. But not this time. Wei Chu Chen has defeated Xia Xia Liu. Well, it didn't completely live up to expectations, especially after such an amazing first set. But to be honest, I think Wei Wei will just be happy to get over the winning line. Tough opponent in the 3-time world champion, Xia Xia Liu, but she is out. Wei Wei goes into tomorrow's semi-finals. It's doubles action all the way for our last matches of the night. I want to thank Tim de Ruyter for joining me, and thank you so much to everyone for joining us on Pro Billiard TV. Good night.
obviously they were pretty good. I will try to do my best. Don't be angry. The table is really. If I put the one and second row stays and the third row stays and the fourth just try to start to roll.
I know what you mean.
If
Yeah,
I
that's
press,
very
if I
tough
move,
in that
move a
case.
little, the last row stays, but when I move,
The first
the
one.
one move away.
I got it.
So it's very tricky. I will try to do that as always, but I cannot roll session.
At least you are trying your best, yeah? You cannot do more, you know.
次一个9号一个10号同时打。哦，所以也有女子亚锦赛啊。那你不去？去，陪我们去啊！干对，说我的状态怎么样？你都已经会背了。是不是这样吹子？这样是不是再吹下去？对不对？你的套路我已经知道了，就是这样会赢就一直这样，所以我就是一直吹的。好，可以的。我靠！
跳什么比赛？先打，先打。
就是印尼公开赛啊。我不知道有没有女子的，好像有嘞。
谁办的？
你问嘉浩他们比较清楚。印尼办的啊。
去啊。
印尼有女子的对吗？
对，亚锦赛。
不是啦，亚锦赛是越南。
印尼不会去。印尼我不知道。如果你说印尼有这个的话，不是。
没有啦，不是啊，不是啊。我们那应该是只有男子而已。
对。
Quickly, 3 minutes.
A
3 minutes.
APN
1
and hope you are locked in and ready for some world-class pool.
And it's in. What a performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed some absolute thrilling matches so far.
And in it goes. He is your champion. Celebration, so are Victor Zelensky.
Finest players in the world.
Oh, he makes it. Nicely on the 10.
Jasmine Ocean.
And a very warm welcome, viewers and pool fans, to Pro Billiard TV and the 2026 Pro Billiard Series, bringing you the action live from deep in the Austrian Alps at the picturesque hotel Alpina Alpendorf. And you join us for the closing matches on day 6 as our players get the lag underway. It's the Predator Mixed Doubles Open, and it's a quarterfinals matchup between Han Yu Kun Lin Wu, and they pitch off against Xiaohua Chen, and she pairs up with Daniel Maciel, two teams that actually met in the opening match. It's a 10-ball race to 4, best of 3 sets format. Winner breaks. No early 10s, and the shot clock is in play. My name's Gethin Davis, and it's a pleasure to be joined in the box calling the shots. Eric Horlifson. Well, what are your thoughts coming into this one, Eric? Well, Eric may not be picking me up.
Pardon me, Gethin. Pardon me.
My apologies. Welcome.
Yeah, no, good to be with you guys. Yeah, I mean, Kulin's into the semifinals of the Men's Open. Han Yu made it to the quarterfinals of the Women's Open. Chen and Maciel both out of their respective singles events. So if you're just going on results of what's happened this week, maybe a small favorite to Kunlin and Han Yu. Going up against a formidable team here and looking forward to a good match.
Me too, Eric. And it's very interesting you pick up on that, as we just watched our first set get underway. The reason I say that, Eric, is because Team Chen Maciel are unbeaten, and the only loss that you and Wu have taken was in the opening round to this very team. Bit similar to our last scenario in our last match, Eric.
That's right. Yeah, Chen and Maciel are playing together for the first time as far as I know, so seem to be teaming up well. Maciel is an absolute class player. I mean, he's always played well in every match I've seen him, and he played excellent in the World Team Championship final, almost coming out with a 4-set win to win the title for Poland against Carlo Beato. It's a classic set.
Yeah, that was one of the highlights for me. That team event was fantastic. And Maciel, both team and individually, really finding his stride and making his mark on the Pro Billiard Series. His teammate, Xiaohua Chen, well, she's been playing very solidly, and as you mentioned, they seem to be gelling together rather nicely.
Yeah, Amber, as she's affectionately known, has won a Pro Billiard Series in Calgary about 2 years back. Hasn't been to the semifinals after that win, but also a top-class player.
Yeah, she's very calm and collected. Daniel Maciel, also a cool customer. This one to take on.
Played
Start.
well. Six is going to be very tight past the 10 to the point where I don't believe it goes. Tough to tell from these angles sometimes. 4 is going to have to be played from a very small area as well. Looks a little better from the overhead as far as the 6-10, but it's close, no doubt.
Yeah, I haven't seen either player take a look as of yet. I don't know whether that indicates it does go, but Maciel first focusing on shape to leave, Amber on the 4.
Maciel's come with a good one down the rail, and now it's Chen's turn.
Oh, does Eric, and comes off the rail into the 5, and how's that worked out?
Perfect. And Maciel's taking a close look, but not giving any indication that the 6 doesn't pass the 10. So this is a great opening rack for Maciel and Chen here.
Yeah, these races to 4, Eric, crucial obviously in any competition to get off the mark first, but with the winner break format added into the mix, scorelines can jump a little quick. However, in saying that, today I've seen quite a few 3-0 leads be brought back to Hill deciders, so plenty of opportunity out there regardless of the scoreline. But yeah, if Chen and Maciel here can get the first point on the board, be interesting to see how their break works to back it up. Done very nicely, and Eric, first point on the board, really good signs. It was Kunlin's break, I believe, to start us off. So it'll be our first look at Team Chen Maciel with the break. And just to let you know, we have all 4 quarterfinals underway over on table 1. That's Chihiro Kawahara teeing up with Nayuki Oi. Japanese affair taking on Christina Takac and Clenty Kachi. As you can see on the screen there, Clenty at the table. Over on table 3, also on our live stream, Yuki Hiraguchi, very exciting player, teamed up with Wojciech Szewczak, and they take on Zhao Fu, Dennis Graber. And on the outside table, it's the fillers taking on Wanling Wang and David Al-Kadi. Back to Daniel Maciel with the first of Team Chen Maciel's breaks.
Big snap balls fighting to get in the pockets. 3 balls down immediately. And they're going to have a tester combo on the first shot if they want to stay on offense here. I think it's worth a shot at it.
I have to say, Eric, taking into account we've seen a lot of breaks in the men's open, the Billard Beckmann men's open. That's one of the best breaks I've seen from a male player. I've seen some really good breaks from the women's division, but that one with the power and the control, a bit unfortunate on the leave, but as you said, balls fighting to get in the pocket.
Rack riding on this combo here. And she's got it in the heart. Great shot.
Well, I have to say, Eric, they've asked a few questions of each other and they're responding, and it's as if they're just bouncing off each other.
Yeah, agreed. It's one thing to start off on a good start with easy tables, but they've executed about 4 good shots so far. Maciel's going to have to get into the short side here. Nicely done. Off the rail will be ideal. As long as they have some kind of following angle, should be okay.
Yeah, position on the 4 here, Eric, and this rack would have been untangled very nicely. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball, Eric. Anything high of the 5, and well, anywhere really you could expect the cue ball to be floating towards the 7, even if off the short rail.
Whoa. High up the rail there. Only let that one in was the speed.
It's worked. And this 5 to get up to the 7, and it starts to look quite elementary from this position. What a great start. And what a way to open their account with their first break. This 7, 9, 10 remaining pattern would be a break and run. And that will send a shot across the bow. That 10 ball to put Chen Maciel 2 in front in this short race to 4. The best possible start, keeping their opponents in the chair for the second rack with a break and run. If you want to keep an eye on the scores going on as they're coming in live, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com. And in there you'll start to pick a link up for the live statistics as well for this Table 2 and Table 1. And there will be some, well, big numbers going in there already for Team Chen Maciel. It will move over now, though, to Amber for her break. Looks like she'll be breaking from the same spot as a teammate.
Yeah, I've actually never done a match of Amber's before, so I'm not sure what she's capable of on the break. Good power. Nothing down this time. Is 3 going to come in the way of the 1? Looks like it is.
Ooh. Yeah, the 9 was heading in a direction, but it did look like they were going to sell out on the 1 there, but 3's come to the rescue. Now, Kunlin is just eyeing up a sort of kick and stick, I would suggest, looking to freeze the cue ball where the 1 is now, looking to bring that 3 ball into cover. But if the 1 does make contact with something like the 8, for instance, Eric, it could go wrong.
Yeah, I think you might try it right in. You can play off the 9 as well. Shot.
Oh, good spot, Eric. It's left a longer 2 on for Han, but very makeable. And with a gentle draw on that 2 ball, should be looking good for the 3.
Elevated, high level of difficulty here. Han excels at these tough shots. Oh.
That is beautiful control. And a little smile between the pair. I don't know if there was a little comment of, just keep your eye on that side pocket. But they had a little giggle.
Oh, he's missed it. Nothing funny about that one, and she gives him a little poke in the leg, too. But this could be the first set down for, I mean, they'll only be on the hill, but big turning point here.
Yeah, agreed. After that shot she made on the 2 as well, it really deserved more. Ooh, cue ball.
Come for the side.
That's when you want them cut tight, Eric.
Yep.
However,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was going to say, doesn't need really to do too much here to leave a longer 5 for Daniel. And not needing to do too much to get shape on this 6. And you're quite right, as you were to say, this would put them on the hill in very dominant fashion, and it's a lot more difficult to come back from 3-0 than it is from 2-1. Some definite missed opportunity.
Three of the last four balls right over pockets here. So a great start for Chen and Massiol. It'll be Massiol breaking in rack number 4. If he's able to produce what he did in game number 2, that'll look good for them. One more cue ball movement, 3 rails around the 8.
While we were waiting to come into this, Eric, I heard quite a big applause in the background, so I quickly jumped to the scoreboard to see what was going on, and it appears that Jasmine Ushan has kept the Austrian hope alive here at the Pro Billiard Series. She came back to win the 3rd deciding set against Chihiro Kawahara from Japan, who is in action over on Table 1 right now, teaming up with Naoki Oi. So congratulations to Jasmine. Now back to Amber with options on the 8, it seems. She's considering the side pocket.
Well, out there, she wanted the side, but Massiol said, go ahead, corner. She's going to listen to him. Ooh.
I just think she was worried about coming across back for the 9. If you're playing that at sort of the speed she likes to play her shots, she may have left the cue ball on the right side of the table. So that was her consideration for the side pocket. It's not worked out, and this could now be an even bigger turning point.
Yeah, I just dare to say I suspect a little bit of overcoaching there. You know, if one player prefers one pocket, you got to let him shoot it in that pocket, I would think.
I'd never get in the way. Most of my teammates are bigger than me. But that will very much work, and that will put the first point on the board for Team Yuwu, and that will bring them back to the table for their 2nd break in this first set, and it will be Han with the break. A quick little look around at the arena. All 4 quarterfinals well underway. Looks like Team Takachikachi have taken the opening rack against Kawahara and Naoki Oi, and Wang Alkadi have taken a 2-1 lead over Pia and Joshua Filler, And on the remaining table, Fu and Grabber have taken a very useful 2-0 lead against Hiraguchi and Wojciech Szewczak. Big names out there. Really interesting to see how they've all come together as couples. Some have been playing together for quite a while, Eric. Do you think there's a benefit to both?
I would want to be the team with the experience. I think experience is always valuable in any cue sport. Kunlin and Yu have actually won a mixed doubles. Second tournament they ever had, I think.
Well, that would encourage me to stick with that partner.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember any other times that they have played together after that. Kunlin doesn't play in every Pro Billiard series.
Well, have a look at that. She's come up with a good break and shape on the one for her teammate. And not too much needed doing. That too is available to the right side pocket, which is what he's played for. This could open up quite nicely. Be great for them to get back to 2-2 in quick fashion.
Both teams breaking well here. For the possible second break and run out of just 4 games.
Yeah, that would be one apiece as well, which would be very interesting. You brought up in our last match together that getting to a hill-hill situation, you have to feel that if a team has already made a break and run, they'll certainly be feeling that opportunity to come again. That'll work. Can you avoid the 8?
I was thinking he can, but it's a little aggressive or a little dangerous to draw right into the side, so I think he'll just go into the 8 here.
Judged very nicely. That now leaves Han with 2 options. She may choose to put a bit of a shot on this, or she may just try to deaden the cue ball for the 8. Yeah, I like that.
Well, the mistake from Maciel and Chen in rack number 3 is going to cost them 2 games now. A complete turnaround in the overall outlook of the set.
Yeah, you can say it's a bit of a reflection of the opening 2. Maciel and Amber jumping on the opportunity and then following it up with a break and run. This would be the response to make. And a nice message to send out. I do like that even when it's going wrong, all right, they're smiling.
I think it's just showing a bit of outward confidence, and I don't want to say cockiness because it's not like that. They're just out there having fun, but it's like they're so good that they're making jokes of, well, do you think I'm gonna miss it if I leave you straight at the angle on the 10, or do you want me to draw it back? You know, like that's how calm and composed they are, and just kind of turning it into a positive overall with the humor, I think.
For me also, it can just take just soften up an edgy affair and not allow the moment to get to them. And I love it. Really, the Predator Mixed Doubles Opens, just do it and bring some great teams and energy to the match, or to the matches rather. And we just see team... Wow. Chihiro at the table. I'll bring you a score for that momentarily. But yes, bringing it back to our match, Eric, 2-2 with the break. The advantage has shifted very much somewhat.
There goes the one.
Oh.
This table 2 seems to be racking very well. Kunlin was on about 40% in the last match I did with him, beating Eklund Kachi 4-3, 4-3 and moving into the semifinals earlier today. This table seems to be breaking well for both teams here.
Yeah, we were just looking at Kachi's match in action. I was just waiting for the score to update. I thought it had changed, but no. Team to catch Kachi currently leading 2-0 with their opponents at the table. But bringing back that little bump really opened up this opportunity on the 2. And there's nothing really jumping out at me as big problems. That's been navigated very well with a little brush of the 8.
I'm not avoid the angle where they're running into the 9, so they're going to play the 4 in the top left.
I don't think over the past 6 days, 2 more days to go, but over the past 6 days, Eric, that I've seen a player or team go on for more than 2 break and runs. Be interesting to see. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. This is a great opportunity for a second here.
Too much angle, though. They're going to have to run into it now. Max Lechner actually ran out the full set. I don't know if you heard that or not, but it's only the 4th time it's ever happened in Pro Billiards history. It was in the round 2. They were broken around all 4 games earlier in the week. It wasn't on stream, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm afraid my life does live around these 3 channels, but once the tournament finishes, I get to catch up. And if it doesn't make it to the stream, it doesn't normally register, I'm afraid, but that is formidable by Mad Max Lechner, one of the Austrian home hopefuls.
Ran into the 6 nicely here. No problem for position. And they're looking for their second break-in run in a row. Look at the difference that one mistake made from Maciel and Chen.
Yeah, agreed. And it really could come down to just that one miss. Don't get me wrong, Amber and Daniel would, and have been doing the same in similar situations, but when a mistake does arrive, if it costs you 2 more or more, well, that's a big price to pay. Teed up very nice for his teammate, and Han Yu puts away the 10 and gets them from a 2-0 deficit to win 3 on the bounce. More importantly, the last 2 of them being break and runs. Well, Amber and Daniel will be sat in their chair wondering what they can do. Well, the answer is nothing if they're remaining in their chairs. Really powerful stuff, Eric, and wonder what they found that's got working so well with their break. And I don't want to ask too much because we may get to jinx it, but both teams, as you said, breaking very well.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just as simple as one table is racking better than the other, or one ref is particularly good at getting the balls tight. Those are X factors that go into overall breaks. But also, they're deep in the tournament. They've hit many breaks to this point. And if you look at the quality of how all the players that have broken so far, It's very high. So all three of those factors coming together here, seems like. Off square this time. And that's the difference. So a good offensive run from Yuan Wu.
Well, this may be the best opportunity they're going to get yet. They do get a look at the one. I just don't think the obvious safe is on, just because the cue ball's going to run into the 3 too soon. However, if they can see more of it, including the right edge of the 3, they may be able to play off that side of it to bring the cue ball around.
Yeah, they don't like where they're at, so they're just going to give a fuller look at the one. Just hit it a little hard. The point of pushing it to that area was to kind of leave more options on the one, and they've actually left less. They're going to get it back here, I'm pretty sure.
Daniel didn't get out of his chair with his jump stick, so he'll be looking to play off a rail. Oh, he's walking back for it. Well, he was up there before. I thought he would have known exactly what he was walking into, but
can only jump to the left edge. 4 is too far away to jump to any kind of middle or right edge parts of the one. Is he called the 2, Gethin? He's got to jump to the right edge then. Oh, and a carom maybe.
Oh. That one ball has leaked over and very much available to the bottom left. Looks like Kunlin and Han are just checking who goes next. Don't want to get that wrong.
Yeah, I like that they're able to ask. Sometimes in challenge match situations or tournaments, players shoot out a turn and all of a sudden it's a foul. I don't think that's in the spirit of the game, unless they're trying to do it intentionally, which is rarely the case. They're looking good here again, Beckmann.
They are, Eric. I'm just having a look at that 6 ball. So is Han.
Yeah, I believe the 6 passes the 9. So that'll make the run out much easier.
Yeah, after sitting in their chair and watching Amber and Daniel pick off the opening rack and then break and run for the second, they probably sat in their chair thinking they were in for a very much a rough ride, but it looks like they're now shaking their opponent's cart, because Team Yu Wu put themselves in a great position here to take this opening set and put themselves in a great position.
And Yu is a 3-time world champion. Won her first world title at a very young age. Kunlin with no world titles under his belt, but many wins internationally.
Yeah, I can imagine all 4 of these players having shelves billowing with silverware. Maybe even having more than one room.
Ran out of space on the wall, that's for sure.
A little tester of a 6-ball here to stay at the table.
There's the full pocket there, but got it down.
Still
laughing around to each other.
Yeah, brilliant. Yep, I like that.
Cool.
Doesn't want to be too straight. I don't think it is. And can punch that off the long rail and back out, maybe even force follow. This is looking very nice for the opening set, and we have to say, fully deserved.
In between here. Kunlin's going to have to power up just a little bit. Nothing too much, but to the point where he's got to target the pocket good. And they're still laughing with the set on the line, Gethin. Oh, short side.
Ooh, will they still be smiling? Maybe, but with a big lump on a certain gentleman's head. Okay. Let's see if Han
told him
can...
to go ahead, sorry.
It doesn't matter. I was just saying, can she dig him out of the hole that he's put himself in? Oh, yes, she can. No, she can't. This could go hill. I think that has come far enough off the cushion. It certainly has. Oh my, what a twist, Eric.
Well, that's the danger of getting nonchalant like that. I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight after what happened, but just getting a little too loose here maybe. And Shannon Mastiol are going to take advantage. It's a hindsight statement, Captain. I mean, they did a lot of good things, you know, with that kind of loose attitude, but I don't know.
No, well, whether the loose attitude or not resulted in the falling out of position, what I do like is that sort of attitude and spirit will not put you down when you do come to the table with that sort of difficult shot. And in fact, when she made contact with it, I thought it was on its way and it was going to slide. It didn't. So we're having some dramas today, Eric. This table too, living up to the expectations. Just have a quick look around at the board. Quickly give you an update on one match. Wang and Arcady have taken the opening set against Pia and Joshua Filler. Little look from the referee. Maybe just checking on the shot clock. Not too sure exactly, but big break for Maciel, Eric. Both players getting rewards from the break.
Yeah, let's see if he can reproduce what he did on his first one. There goes the one again. Another ball down. Banks playing too long. Maciel's going to be giving some guidance on this one. Easiest safe is behind the 6. We'll see if they try something more aggressive.
Yeah, I like playing it up onto the 7. and bringing the cue ball back to a similar spot. Be unfortunate to find a window. Or I think Daniel's picked off a rolling off the 2 up to the 6. That would be even better because that will take down more options for their opponents. She delivered. She delivered exactly what Daniel suggested. And that, I just like that, Eric. Really focusing on the cue ball can really make a good save, a terrific save. Now, options for Kunlin here, but he is limited and nothing guaranteed once he does, and if he does make contact with that 3, with the 2.
Yeah, if he can get some draw into this cue ball, that'll play well for getting the cue ball back behind the 6-8. Looks like he needs to draw on a bunch of right spin. Shot.
Oh. That's what I was saying though, Eric. Was a good shot, but he had to put a lot of effect off that side rail because quite a good chunk of it was taken out of play from that really great shot by Amber. And it's paid dividends. This is a good open look on the 2. And I think he may be able to get top side of that 3.
Shot clock getting low, knowing this is the shot of the rack. Played.
That will work indeed, and that is the angle that Amber needs to be able to bring the cue ball back up for the 4. Maybe flirting with the side pocket, will not look to.
Second time Chen's gone opposite-handed.
Oh, nice pickup, I didn't see that.
And it almost got her this time, kinda did.
Lovely to have that in your bag of tricks, though. You won't find me daring to try that. Now, the actual left-hander. Oh, I was going to say he's looking to bring that all the way up to the 7, and that's never going to have the legs. And look where the 4's ended up, Eric. Ooh.
Yeah, a bit of a loose ball from Massiol. And a turnover here in the Hill game.
Yeah, good pace. Coming off that last rail very nicely. Not much needed to do from the 6, and what a turnaround this opening set, as we've been regularly treated to today, is turning into an absolute clanger.
All business at the table this time for Kunlin and Yu. Knowing this is a huge game. And a miss out of nowhere. It's going to get half safe. But they're going to go here.
Wow. That wouldn't have been the moment I'd have expected it either. And it was the moment you picked up on the fact it had all gone a bit serious over there, and they're back to laughing again now. This 7, not the easiest at all for Amber to pick up. Oh.
She's got it.
Oh, that's delightful. Daniel will be very happy with what he's been left here. I wasn't expecting this final twist. Maybe it isn't the final twist. Daniel Maciel looking to put Amber perfect on this 9. Little follow on the cue ball with a bump on that long rail. That cue ball tracks down fantastic well. 2 minutes ago, you would have been remiss to think that this first set was not going to go Chen Maciel's way. This 10 ball will mean that it has, and wow, what an opening set. Chen and Maciel getting off to a great start. Yuan Wu pulling 3 back on the bounce with 2 break and runs to bring it back to 3-2, but Chen and Maciel stuck in there, and they've taken our opening set, and both players will be taking a quick break. What I will do is, during the break, take a look at the scores and bring you some updates when we come back to you. We'll leave the opening set statistics up there for you to have a look at. And myself, Gethin Davis, and Eric Horlifson will be back with you very shortly for set 2 action. Don't go anywhere. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this closing match on day 6 in the Predator Mixed Doubles Open between Team Hanyu Kunlin Wu taking on Team Chiawan Chen and Daniel Maciol. What an exciting first set we had. Team Amber Maciol taking the opening in a heel thriller 4-3. We will return for our second set, but just want to bring you a quick update. I mentioned our outside table, the matchup between Wanling Wang, David Al-Qaidi, and the fillers, Pia and Joshua. That will actually be taking place on the Pro Billiard TV channel. If you're interested in throwing that one up as well, please do look at the page and pick up the links. My name's Gethin Davis, and joining me back for this exciting encounter in prospect on this second set is my dear friend and colleague, Eric Horlifson. Well, Eric, I was looking at the stats, high stats for both, and one thing that stuck out at me, no fouls from either team. Anything, did you glean anything?
Yeah, it was pretty offensive. That's why I didn't see any fouls drawn. There wasn't a lot of safe play. How many break-in runs total? I think 3? I believe so.
Yeah, it came out with a 50% success for Team Yu Wu and 70% success for Team Chen Maciol. So high stuff, and well, what a close matchup we have in store. If the opening set is anything to go by, we'll look to bring you some updates from our other tables, but first we'll see Amber up to break and get the second set kicked off.
Nothing down. Banks lying too wide. Chance to go behind the 3 or the 10 here.
He's looked to play into the 5 and also got the 1 into the blue too. I don't think that's a window.
He has the left side of it. He can try to play a real precise shot, banking the 1 between the 2-9 twice. Allowing the cue ball to get down near the short rail. It's a better shot.
That will work also. The 1 rail escape certainly on. Maybe a delicate shot to play to bring the 4 in between, but a rail would need to be hit once you've played off the first rail. What's I'm thinking here?
Ideally, cue ball behind the 9. It's easy to get draw when you're this close to a rail. Not some. And the 7's going to get in the way, and the 3 ball's tied up now.
Well, so far, Eric, and these guys have had a chat and have asked from each other a specific shot. They just, at the moment, seem to be delivering. Oh, wanting to come just underneath that cluster and has run straight into the 8. This 1 ball's on now.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to get on an angle where they can stop the cue ball behind the 10 when they're on the 3. Problem with that is the 3 is going to be banking into the 5.
Yeah, the 3's in an ugly spot.
Yeah, might be able to find a way to bank the 3 between the 5-8. Sure looks like it's playing into the 5 though, but if they get the cue ball behind the 10, it won't matter.
That's exactly as you pitched it, Eric. That's the position they'd be looking for to try and lock that cue ball in behind the 10. If they get good cue ball, it won't matter if they run into the 5, but you know, when balls start running into other balls, Eric, problems can arise, so this one needing to be treated with care.
Shot.
Yeah, indeed. I think the one rail underneath the 6 is on, and Massey just having a look to see if the opposite side rail was on for a one rail escape as well. It looks very tight from the overhead. Good chance if he can stay low on this 3 that the cue ball will track back down the table and cover may be found. He went for the high side.
Yeah, try to do something with a small edge of the ball there and ended up missing the whole ball. Doesn't look like the 4 has a pocket, so they're going to play the 4-8.
就往这边来，往这4-9中间，他一过起来没关系啊。你排一个你觉得可以，你就可以往那个方向去，这样就好了。然后排一个地方起来。
Hans able to come down the left side with a lovely little nudge against the 9 to hold for this 4-8 combination. Doesn't want the 4 ball to misbehave though, Eric. If he's got to contact the right side of the 8, maybe a bit of trouble.
Yeah, just had to play that ball at real slow speed there and did it well.
With this being a must-win set for Han and Kunlin, this opening rack very important. And as I mentioned, 50% on the break success. But let's not forget to add to the mix that they ran 2 and on the bounce with a break and run. 2 break and runs, my apologies. They could really start putting some points on the board here, and it would be a great time to do so, Eric.
Yeah, definitely break and run threats. 2 in the match so far. Han breaks them offensively from the middle. Kunlin had the 1 ball going on one of his breaks in the first set. Smiles are back.
It brings a smile to my face as well, Eric. And I'm sure that 10 ball will bring an even bigger smile to the pairing of Yu Wu as they take the opening rack in the second set. You may have just heard a little round of applause in the background. Well, that was for Chihiro Kawahara and Naoki Oi. They were on a 3-3 hill thriller in their opening set against Christina Tkach and Clenti Kachi. And they've just won that deciding rack to take the opening set. And over on our other tables, Xiaofang Fu and Dennis Graber have taken the opening set against Yuki Hiraguchi and Wojciech Szewczak. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the return for the second set, Pro Billiard TV also streaming a fourth table. That's how good all these matches are, and I'm really appreciating the fact that they have done. And that's the matchup between Wanlin Wang and David Al-Kadi, who are taking on Pia and Joshua Filler. And Team Wang Al-Kadi have taken that opening set. So Han Yu to break, leading 1-0, but trailing 1-0.
Off square again, second time in a row, and it's harder, even worse this time. Cue ball's in the side. Three's going to be tough. We'll have to see if they can play it off the 6. 2 doesn't have the most obvious pocket, down to the bottom left.
No, there is a couple of knots to unpick. Bit disappointing for Team Yuwu there. Ball in hand. Well, as we've both seen, both these teams fully capable of running out, even in tricky situations. So this may be an opportunity for Chen and Maciel to snuff out the flame that Yuwu were hoping to light. Maybe a bank on the 3, Eric? Or off the 6? For sure it will go in off the 6.
Yeah, if anything, it could jam to the long rail. Really wanted to have kind of a different angled look at the 3, but I think, oh, he's going to the top right as he gets it. And you're just going to try to break it out. Doesn't like to play off the 6 if he's going there.
I felt he could play the
No,
top left with draw. Yeah, draw off the 9. Oh my. Called a 6. Didn't see any of that coming. Don't know about you, Eric, but that was not on my list.
I missed that one, but smart shot there from Maciel. Only thing went wrong here is he got the speed of the 2 a little bit off. Was trying to play it. So they had it available in the right middle. Can play safe now behind the 5.
Oh, bringing the 5 into play. Oh, doesn't look to have done that though. I mentioned this is the quarter-final stage of this mixed doubles event. This will be the close of the quarter-finals. We've had all of them take place now in the Billard Beckmann Men's Open and the Belarus Carrinho Women's Open. Tomorrow we move into the semi-finals, and just a quick highlight of the schedule. 11 a.m. we will kick off with the women's. At 3 p.m. we move into the men's event, and at 7 p.m. we'll get to see one of these teams in action in the semi-finals. Oh, 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 oh. That cue ball slowed down nicely, I think, Eric.
Yeah, I think he's edged him here, and Maciel's going for the jump cue, it looks like. No, just walking over, checking the angle of the 3 past the 7, and it does pass. See if he needs some left spin here, if he's directly at it. Be surprised if he is directly at it, but got into the thick bottom pocket, so it was there. Break for Kunlin and you now.
Yeah, and for Maciel, that was a good chance. Left good shape for the 3 as well, for his teammate, but now flips back to Han Yu. looking to leave that cue ball. Nice on the 3, and she's run straight into the 9. That might stop them in their tracks a little bit.
Yeah, gonna have to go behind the 10 here.
Oh. I have to say, Eric, that's one ball roll over perfect, and that control of the 3 as well. I'm not too sure how it's dressed up against that 5, but I was going to say maybe there's a Karom into the top left pocket.
Yeah, I think it's going to head over to the long rail, but that'll play okay for the 3 ball coming back to near where it is now. See if they get aggressive and try to play the cue ball behind the 7. Overhit the speed a bit, and they're going to be able to jump this in, if not swerve it in.
Yeah, with the 4 out in the open somewhat, they can really just focus on the pot. They'd be very unfortunate to not get a look on the 4 and not leave a decent potting angle.
Nicely played. Advantage back to Yuan Wu here.
Yes. And with that shot, advantage certainly remaining with them. Quite natural now for Han Yu to bring the cue ball down for the 7, and this is looking rather nice for them to take a 2-0 lead here in our opening set. That's what their opponents did to them. They were able to reply with 3 on the bounce. That's exactly what Daniel Massield and Amber will be looking to do in response, but first let's see if they can close out these last remaining 3 balls.
Decent edge in the second set now for Yuan Wu. Coming back with the break in rack number 3. Let's give that a good charge to force a third set.
And we'll see them come back to the table with the break as well. So dominating position here in this second set. And a quick update on the matches coming in from the other tables. I mentioned Kawahara Oi taking the opening set against Christina Takachi. Over on the other table where Arkady and Wang took the opening set, the fillers have responded with 2-1 in the second set, and Hiraguchi Shevchek, well, they're still trailing 1-0 in sets to Fu and Grabber, but now they're also trailing 1-0 in that second set. Bringing it back to here. It will be Kun Lin Wu to break, and both teams been breaking well. Could very well see Team Yuwu stay at the table here, eager to get on the hill to make a response to the first set's result. Wow. What a break. Great spread. Shot on the 2. And as you can see from Wu there, he's found the window for the 3, and that's what they're going to be looking for. He is pointing exactly on the table, and a little smirk from Han. It is a window, fully expect it to be found, but it's not the biggest, and always poses a little threat. That will do very nicely, or at least I believe it does. They always have the option of playing full into it, and maybe even drawing up to against the 6 to bring the 3 ball around the table. A little quick conversation in the back. Ooh. Well, made the pot. Did not bank on being in this position, though. Having a careful look to see if there is an edge of the 4. That will help. But not ideal for them here, and we should see Amber Maciel come back to the table. Good full ball hit, but the 4 has collided with the 7 and stopped on the spot. Not a straightforward opener for Daniel here, but happy to be back at the table, looking to chip away at this 2-0 lead that their opponents have taken. And that will come around nicely for the 8. A little bit further would have been preferred. Apologies for the brief silence. Eric Hallifson and myself, Gethin Davis, back in action with you. Now, this has looked very nice for you and Wu here, Eric. 3-0. They're looking to take this to a deciding set. They couldn't have asked for better.
Yeah, another break and run on the board. Clicking good again.
Yeah, it has all the makings of going either way. And, well, just to give you an idea of what these teams are battling out for, we started with 32 teams kicking off, and Predator have put up a very substantial prize pot, $100,000, with $40,000 going to the winner, $20,000 going to the runner-up, and $10,000 for third and fourth, and $5,000 for just making the quarterfinals. Fantastic, and it's brought all of the best players out for this. As you can see, Christina Tkach and Clenty Catchy at the table. They, at the moment, are trailing 1-0 and 1-0 against the Japanese duo Kawahara, Naoki Oi. Now, Han Yu, big break. They're on the hill early in this second set. They would love to get into this third set in quick shape shine.
Better one from Han this time, but she's kicked in. Not her fault there.
It was a good-looking break.
Yeah, breath of life for Chen and Massiol. It's every pool player's worst nightmare, getting kicked in on the break like that. Open table too, chance to get their strokes loose again.
Yeah, I was just having a little surveillance of the table, and I agree with you. You said it before I could even think of it, Eric. Very nice, open-looking table. If there was an opportunity for these guys just to get their teeth into the second set and have a chance of preventing it going to a third, well, this is a very good opening opportunity. As we saw in the opening set, Eric, they can certainly run these opportunities out with, well, without too much care. I have to say, I didn't expect the second set to go so quick, judging on the tussle that we had in the opening set. I'd be very keen to see what the statistics are saying and how Yu and Wu have turned it on and where they've turned it on. They really have been formidable in this second set, Eric, and just added a little bit of pressure to Chen and Massiol in this second set. But you wouldn't think they're under any pressure, Eric.
Yeah, picking up right where they left off. Wu and Yu came with a break and run in the middle of the set. That's always, you know, a way to just kind of create some separation between your opponents. Had a couple safe plays go wrong, but haven't really missed any open shots. I mean, they're playing a tough team here.
Yeah, indeed. And as I alluded to at the start, Eric, Han Yu and Kunlin Wu were put into the losers bracket right at the get-go by the very team that they are up against here now. I wonder if there's any residual effect from that. I mentioned that in our earlier match where we had a similar situation. Sometimes you just want to get that revenge as well. But Team Chen Massiol, who are in a one-set advantage, have got a point on the board and is chipping away at the 3-0 lead to bring it back to 3-1. Yu Wu on the hill in this second set, and, well, Chen Massiol, as I mentioned, putting Yu Wu into the losers bracket and actually getting here to this point unbeaten. So they really have made the point so far. They'll be looking to back this up and get into tomorrow's semi-final action. Well, we just watched the balls getting racked up. Any interesting updates? Well, Team Kawahara Naoki Oi. They are 2-0 in the lead in the second set, with a 1-0 lead in sets against Christina Tkach and Kachi over on table 1. And Joshua and Pia Filler have brought the match back to 1 set apiece against Wang Al-Kaidi. That will be going to a deciding set. Daniel Maciel to break. They need to put a few more points on the board here in this second set.
Nice square one. 7-ball had a chance, but ran into the cue ball. Nothing down. Kunlin might be forced to play a simple safe behind the 7 here. It could be effective if he gets up close to it.
Yeah, there's quite a few areas to aim for, but that 4-10-7 looks appetizing.
So we're hit it a little bit. Gonna leave the left edge, I believe. No, he's covered. She's covered. If Chen contacts the left side of this one off a kick, the cue ball can play back near where it is now. They've called it in and made it, Gethin. How about that?
Oh. That's a lovely little shot, Eric. And if this 2 is on, which it looks like it is, what a shot to keep their hopes alive in this second set.
Cue ball's definitely running into the 6 here. Doesn't want to be running into the right side of it because that'll push the cue ball towards the 8. Can stun it and try to get more squarely into it. It's going to take big speed to run right through it. I don't think he can draw it enough to get off the left side.
Oh, we had to force it.
Cue ball was playing. Good try there. Did well with the cue ball, but just missed the pocketing.
And that now could be the opportunity that Han and Kunlin need to just put this second set to bed and move us into a third and deciding set.
It's barely legal, that move there.
It's a bit like the curling and brushing the ice to keep the ball going or slowing it down. I like it. The referee says nothing. We move on.
Lynn's he's switching hands here too. He's gonna be wanting to draw this enough that he gets above the side. Felt like he couldn't, and this is trouble. Yeah, forced into a jump now.
I didn't know if the 4 passed the 6, which may have saved needing to come back across the table. Possibly that was the reason. Now, Han Yu, well, I've seen Han Yu make some fantastic jump shots of past. This is fully within her range. Oh, she just caught the 5 when elevating the cue ball. Big ball in hand now at an important point in this second set. Questions will be asked if Amber and Daniel can just get this scoreline back to 3-2 with the break. Looking nice. Can run around the back of the 7 here.
Yeah,
I have to
good
say,
line.
Eric, yeah, Amber has been really dependable as a teammate. She just seems to be able to deliver on what Daniel's asking, and she only needs to just point and get the nod. This is clearly what served them well to being unbeaten, to getting this far. And maybe they're going to look to try and close this match out early and just make a statement, pulling back from that 3-0 deficit. This is a good way towards it. Eric. Well, we may have been forgiven to think that this second set was going to be closed by now. It's not. And that brings the scoreline to 3-2. And I believe it will be Amber's break. As we bring up the statistics, I'll just let you have a look at that, Eric, while I just glance at the scoreboard. Well, Kawahara Oi, they've taken a 2-0 lead in the second set, already leading 1-0 against Christina Klentikachi. As I mentioned, Joshua and Pia Filler bringing the match back to level. They're still on their break, taking on Wang Alkadi. And Hiroguchi Shevchek have responded to trailing 1-0. They're leading 3-1 on the hill in that second set, looking to take it to a decider, taking on Fu and Grabber.
Yeah, pretty equal in all categories there. Kunlin and Yu leading in the safety efficiency department. About a 20% difference there, but everything else, close numbers. As the match indicates, tied 6 games each. But the edge to Chen and Massiol being up 1 set. 6 balls down and a shot at the 1.
Ooh, 7 looked to spoil the queuing, but it hasn't. Here we go. This is yet again an opportunity that these guys would have wanted from the break. They've got it.
Just considering he's going to try to up between the 4 or 5 here, above the 4. Wants to be closer to the 2, but there's big risk in running into the 4. He does try to split between them. He's gone for that. He's got to miss both balls. He has. Shot.
How much angle has he left Amber here? She may be able to draw into the 7 to hold the cue ball. Otherwise, oh no, it's the 3 she'll be playing for next. My mistake.
Yeah, there's slightly too much angle. Even if she stuns to the left long rail, the cue ball's coming around the angles is not coming around the angles the proper way. She's going to have to draw between the 7-10 here. It's the only way out. Caught the 7. This is okay. They can find a safe off this. First 3 balls in this run out were always going to be tough. They're still in a spot where they can create something advantageous here.
Oh, the combination. They've taken that on and made it.
Yeah,
which means
really
they remain. Yeah.
You can see by how the speed he played on the cue ball. But a chance to get a better safe now. Side rail to side rail. Ideally 3-ball in line with the 4. It's too thin, Yappin, way too thin.
Oh. Yeah, she's come the full length of the table there, Eric. Makes that shot very tricky, especially playing it with such care. Now, that's a big swing, and really just what Kunlin and Hun needed. They want to be moving into this third set as soon as possible.
This was the only way out of this one. And he's hit it perfect. Big favorites to win set number 2 now.
Yeah, that was a very good shot. Needed to get into it with a lot of premise. Rewarded. Everything now just opening itself up. And really, we should be looking at this match going to a third and deciding set. Not wanting to put too much pressure on them, but they fully deserve it from the way that they've come out in this second set, especially in reaction to the opening set result, which must have taken quite a bit of energy out of the pair.
Yeah, they had 2 chances to win the first set. So a little tough to come back and be positive coming into the second set, but their skill coming through here.
Indeed. Put away nicely. Hanyu to tuck this 10 and take this quarter-final matchup in the Predator Mixed Doubles Open to a third and deciding set. That will be relief for them. And the players will take a quick break. Before they go, I'll give you a quick update on the scores. Kawahara, Naoki Oi, they're leading 3-0 on the hill in the second set, leading 1-0. So a very big mountain for Christina to catch and Kachi to climb. Looks like the fillers have taken the opening set in the deciding, the opening rack in the deciding set against Wang Alkadi. And the remaining match, Fu Grabber taking that 1-set lead, but Hiraguchi and Shevchek responding. They're on the hill 3-2 in the second, looking to take it to a third and deciding set. Myself, Gethin Davis and Eric Hallifson will just take a quick break with the players, and we'll be back very shortly, hopefully after splashing a bit of water on our faces and getting ready, prepared for this third and deciding set. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this Predator Pro Billiard Series event, the Predator Mixed Doubles Open, and this wonderful quarterfinals matchup between Team Yu Wu and Team Chen Maciel. It's one set apiece, and we are moving into a third and deciding set. My name's Gethin Davis, joining me back in the box to keep up with the action and call the shots. It's my good colleague, Eric Horlifson. Welcome back, Eric.
Third set coming. Two great teams, both showing break and run power. Wu and Yu starting off with the break in the third set. One ball's down again. That one ball's been going in a lot this match.
Yeah, I'm not the best of looks on the two, but very promising start, and they'll be happy to stay at the table with a good look at the two. That 8 looks quite nice to get the cue ball behind.
Yeah, they may favor the 3 and the 4 here. It's a little dangerous because the 2 is going to be playing towards the pocket. They have to draw the cue ball to get behind the 8, and I think they'll favor a following play.
Yeah, they've got a few options. They're just having a chat to work out which one is the better. It will be Han Yu to take the shot. Ooh.
Yeah, they were trying to line the 2 ball up 6 and fair bit off of their mark there.
Tricky opener to take on to the side pocket. Oh, and a bump. Not bumpy enough, but great opening shot there from Amber. Okay.
Caught between distance and trying to freeze the cue ball to the 4. Got the distance, but didn't get the freeze. So a jump now for Kunlin.
Had 2 chances as well, could have gone in off the 8, hasn't. And in some respects, that's hung out quite nicely for Amber here to consider.
Yeah, first real offensive chance for Chen now. Missed it. It's going to hang up over the side. Now it's going to pass.
Well, that's a rare miss from Amber. Not sold out. Ooh, that might not be good enough either. That's 2 shots that have come up short in my book for Team Yu Wu.
Maciel's looking like he's going to try to play onto the 4. Mainly has to avoid the 10 coming back 2 rails here. If he does get to the left of the 10, cue ball should be okay to play to the right of the 4. he goes that far left of it, though. He's going to get lucky on the short side, but a bit of a, oh no, a 4 is blocked by the 10. They're going to have to back cut this one. Tough to slow
big
the cube
difference.
Going to have to run into the 9.
Good line. May have left a look at the 5. I think she has. Maciel will not turn down a look at the cut on this.
Ooh, too
It looks
thin,
a bit
so it's
thinner from
going
here. It looks a bit thinner from up here.
too wide, and it might hit the hole between the 9-10. It has. Elevated draw for Kun Lin, but he excels at these type of shots. Real smooth player.
Looked like Maciel had tried to play that as a bit of a two-way, and with the right-hand side on the cue ball, just open that 5 up a bit. And as you said, Eric, big window found.
It's okay to follow it here.
God, really looking good after that second set result. Something to be said. Well, we still have to wait for the result, but that jovial spirit and laughing and joking between the two certainly has helped them through the initial storm, so to speak.
These two hit the ball so similarly that if you were to take away the bodies, you wouldn't really be able to tell who's hitting the ball. Slow back.
That would be interesting to lay on a competition. I wonder if the PBS guys are thinking about it, where you get to see just the cue and the shot and guess the player. That will work. Continuing on from their second set, Eric. Han Yu and Kunlin Wu looking very nice to take this opening rack and putting themselves in a very nice position after trailing 1-0 in a very tough hill shootout as well. Hill decider. And I've just noticed, Eric, out on our other table, it's gone a little bit quiet. And that's because Chihiro Kawahara and Naoki Oi have taken that spot in the semi-final, the first spot claimed, with a 2-0 win over Christina Takac and Clenti Kachi, a team who I had down on paper was now one of the favourites. So that's a great win for them. And the two Japanese players will be back tomorrow for more doubles action. The semi-finals kicking off at 7 p.m. local time. Please do set your alarms. We also have a new schedule coming up on Tuesday, and I'm sure the website will be updated, if not now, very shortly, but this is hot off the press. We will be having our mixed doubles final at midday on Tuesday, and that will be followed at 6 p.m. with the men's and the women's final taking place. Back to Han Yu with a break, leading 1-0 in this deciding set.
Ball's in the second row down. One was near a pocket, but got kicked away. Easy safe behind the 6-8 here. Only half problem is that one's close to the rail. Have to avoid the double kiss, but should be okay on that.
Avoided the double kiss. And good contact with the 8-ball. That's worked out very nicely. And another notch on the break success belt for Team Yuwu. Okay, not getting an offensive option, but this will work very nicely. Daniel, looking at the jump, it looks really close to the 8.
It is. Feel very confident in his jumping abilities, and the ref being called over in case he grazes the 8 on the way through.
I thought he was going to jump into the long rail and out, just so he then had to jump over the 6, but he's going that route, which will bring the 8 into play. Oh, he did make it, but took a chunk of the 2 instead, and I didn't see that one happening.
I didn't either. I have to get a replay, which we don't have on table 2, but it didn't seem like the 2 was really in the path. Just off aim there. So advantage Kunlin and you now. They've come back strong after having a chance to win the first set. Played very well in the second. Looking to get out to a lead now here in the third.
Yeah, looking very strong. Kunlin just letting Han know where he wants that cue ball line for the 6. Looking to come across for the 7, probably in the bottom left if the 10's hampering it. And that's why he asked for the 6 there. Oh, Eric Horlifson. Would you have picked that?
Never. He had to come near it to not run past it off the second rail. Surprising though. And a big turnover for Chen and Maciel. See world-class players playing near pockets all the time and very rarely going into them. That is the danger. You know, if the shot requires to go within an inch of the side pocket, players usually play it, but he just maybe missed his target in the pocket there. Change the angle of the cue ball coming off.
Yeah, and quick as that. Chen Maciel get the scoreline back to 1 apiece. Yu and Wu not going to have it all their way like they looked away, like getting in the second set. And more importantly, I'm not too sure, I believe it will be Amber, but more importantly, Team Chen Maciel back to the table with the break. Quick look out across the arena. I mentioned about the result that had come in. Well, Wang and Al-Qaidi have now taken a 3-1 lead against Pia and Joshua Filler in that deciding set. They're on the hill for the match. And Hiraguchi Shevchek taking on Fu Grabber. Well, that match has now gone 1 set apiece, and they'll be returning to kick off their third and deciding set. Back to the table, it isn't Amber, it will be Daniel Maciel to break. And they really would be looking now to just not let Yu and Wu back in. And it starts here.
Missed the 1 this time. Nothing down. And a chance right back for Kunlin and Wu. Kunlin and Yu.
I'm just wondering if at this late stage of the day, if Daniel's getting a bit tired, because he's been absolutely thumping them up until now, and that one just, well, didn't seem to have the same amount of venom.
I saw that, and you would think he would stick with what he's working with. But yeah, just had different thoughts there. Position of the 2 is going to be tough. They're thinking about something off the left side, but it seems like the cue ball's drawing into the 5.
Oh, draws into the 5. Maybe the 2-3 combination.
There's roll-up safes here, just behind the 3. So Kulin might try to get aggressive and stick the cue ball between the 3-4. He's still having a look at the combo. It's a tough one. Got 4 feet between the cue ball and the 2 ball, and off angle into the 3. I think just rolling up here, considering the score line. Good shot.
Yep. And may have just taken the short rail out of the equation, the way that that cue ball's dressed up against the 3 ball. Looking at the 2 rails around the 3, maybe picking up a 3rd rail as well.
Shot from Amber.
Oh,
She's going to get rewarded with the 2 going behind the 10.
very good. I've seen players play that shot, just not with enough venom, and a rail hasn't been made after contact. That was played nigh on to perfection. Just an edge for Han Yu to go for here. Oh, how's that?
Perfectly. She's almost behind the 3. Another right edge, actually has both sides of it. Aggressive shot is cue ball behind the 10. Safer shot is lining the cue ball up with the 8-9. If he happens to not get behind the 8-9, the 5-6 will be covering the top left.
Oh, it's a bit hard. I think that's leaking out, but gone past the side pocket. It's just feeling a little bit nervy out here now in this deciding set. With the match next door finished, it's gone ever so quiet out there, Eric.
Yeah, and don't forget, if either team gets to 3, they'll be guaranteed a shootout, so every game of the utmost importance here. Pressure on both teams. Goodwin's lost this one a bit.
Yeah, that's advantage back with Amber at the table. And she's just pointed out where the cue ball will be looking to travel to for shape on the 3. I was about to say, Eric, still a bit of work to do out there, but in fair reflection, it's only the 5 that's really worrying me because of where the 6 is.
Yeah, to be considered high percentage on the combo, they'll have to get good on the 5. Could actually run into the 5 here. Not going to move it, though. I think playing below it's okay with the angle that they're on. They're going to. Good speed there from Chen. Perfect speed. Chen's right-handed, so he can play her kind of close to it along the right long rail, but that would lead to being a bit straight, so he's going to follow forward, trying to give her a bit of angle.
Yeah, he's done that well. Just eked out an extra few degrees of angle for Amber here to work with. Well, we have had some swings, Eric. That cue ball was tracking towards the 7. I was looking up a potential twist on the cards if they'd fallen next to each other. It hasn't. Still available for the top right. And well, this match has really been going up and down for both teams score-wise. And now could be good for Amber and Daniel to get back the advantage and get a 2-1 lead in this race to 4 deciding third set.
It's too much angle here. She's going to have to go around the 10. If she can follow it, she'll be a bigger favorite. I think she might just be able to. She has to involve any kind of draw. It could go wrong. Hit it, but turned out okay.
Oh, nerve-wracking stuff, Eric. Nerve-wracking stuff. But yeah, that's turned out really nice. Daniel Maciel with a pretty straight 9 here. Looking to put Amber back to the table with a simple 10 for 2-1. Which they have done successfully, and will retain the break with a very, very important 2-1 lead. This match still on a nice edge, and looking out across the table, we do have one more result in after Joshua and Pia Filler getting that match back to 1 set apiece. Wang and Al-Qaidi have actually taken the deciding set there, and they have taken the 2nd place in our semi-final. Over on our other table, Hiraguchi and Wojciech Shevchuk have taken a 1-0 lead in that deciding set against Fu and Grabber. That's over on our stream table 3 right now. Back to the table here, Eric. And well, both players, or rather both teams, getting reward from the break. We've had quite a few break and runs so far. This could be a very important time for Amber and Daniel Maciel to put one in.
Got the 1 down. And a look at the 2 this time, but no, the 7 comes in.
Right at the last minute. Was looking good for that 2 available to the top right pocket. It's not. Now a change of tack for Daniel, you feel.
Yeah, he can bank the 2 up the middle here. Worst case on that play is that it runs into the 7. He's going to have to draw the cue ball to avoid the scratch in the top right. Called the bottom right, surprised. Just guarding going off another ball into that pocket. Caught the 7. It's lucky that it's ended up close to the 8 like this.
Yeah, I couldn't work out if he gave up on that shot or not, because that pace would have brought the 8, I guess, in between them, but I felt he was trying to get the 2 further up the table. However, Kunlin at the table, and from his body language, this 2 certainly available. Oh, No, I think he's just looking for shape on the 3, excuse me.
Well, I think he is going to try to cut it in the top right. But there are safe plays. Looks like he's going thinner. Good shot, unless it runs into the hole, and it has. Massiol's played very well over the... Or it's actually Chen to shoot, so I think he might back off the combo here. It's tempting, though, if they've ever... They have the lead, and this would be very positive for them going forward in the set, guaranteeing the shootout if they make it. Back off.
Oh, what a touch. How delicate could you play that? That was perfection. Made the rail, made good cover. And you needing to play at least a 1, possibly a 2 rail escape here.
Caught the right side of the ball.
Ooh, the cue ball. Yeah, it just seemed to miss everything and dance around the table. And it looks like it's left enough of an angle to get the potting angle on this blue too. Daniel just having a quick look at where he's going and put the cue ball for the 3. But this now, a very nice opportunity to consider getting on the hill here in this deciding set.
Has to come between the 4-7 off the 3rd rail. Angle's lying okay for that. Always a danger of misjudgment. It's got the 7. It's all right, though. Options here on the 3.
Yeah, I think Daniel just needs to let Amber play what she feels here. Stop shot on the cue ball. Executed well. 5 passes the 6 to the side pocket would be my suggestion. Well, you have to say, good patience shown by the duo here, because it looked very much like Han Yu and Kunlin Wu had just found a gear that was not going to be answered.
Three rails around now. And Chen and Massiol just staying the course, and things have gone their way in the 3rd set here. Don't tell me you're on the 7 yet. You can still kick it in. Position's going to be possible. It's very close to the pocket. Consider him at least 50-50 to make this, if not higher.
Oh, it's checked up, missed the 6 completely. And what was a fantastic opportunity to get to the hill early in this deciding 3rd set is now looking very much like we're bringing the scoreline back to level and bringing this match ever so much closer to the possibility of moving through to a shootout.
Yeah, pretty big let off, and he's overdrawn this. That's a huge mistake with ball in hand. She can cut it to the top right and play the cue ball around 3 rails, but should have been way easier here.
Bit of tension
Go
in the
top
arm,
low.
perhaps.
I think she has to run into the 8 on this play, but might be able to hit it slow enough that she can get enough draw out of it.
Oh,
She's
she
okay
could.
there.
Oof, good recovery. Wu looking to not make the same mistake twice. That will work. And Han Yu, just to keep this match, third set, and the tension as tight as possible on this quarterfinal match. And they do, Eric. And they will retain the break when they get back to the table. And putting themselves in the semi-finals will guarantee a doubling of the prize check for the team that progresses through. Third and fourth are in for a $10,000 prize pot. And, well, the champion picks up $40,000 and the second place team $20,000. Lots up for grabs, and that will explain why these guys are so, well, how can I put it? They're playing out of their skin here, Eric. And the scoreline now, nothing to pick between them. I'm sure we can just edge a few stats out here and there. But now it will be Team Yuwu to the table. All to play for.
Yeah, with the break, and the break's been going well for both teams. Kunlin just confirming that it is his break. He's been the stronger of the two on that side.
Here we go. We are pushing ever so closely to the business and determining end of this match.
Kunlin took a little off this time too, and wasn't successful. The 2's going to block the 1. Interesting that Kunlin and Maciel took a little off on their last 2 breaks.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if fatigue may be coming into play. It's been a long day today. We are on day 6 of this 8-day event, and it is warming up both inside and outside the arena there, on the tables in the arena and with the weather outside. And also, I don't know, maybe Daniel for sure, but after we finish this event on Tuesday, we will only have a day for our production team to redecorate the arena. We will return for our Euro Tour event. And that's a 4-day event starting Thursday. Oh, that'll work. That's a good opener.
Jump combo available for you, but pretty low percentage. Could actually try the 1 off the 9. Like the combo a little better. Good try, but they're going to leave it. And first chance to be guaranteed a shootout for Chen and Maciel here. No problems in the run out. Very little cue ball movement, 2, 3, 4.
I'm starting to lose my words, Eric. This is getting so close to the crunch. Amber looking to play this left-handed. She got enough time to get that extension on the cue. Or off the cue even. She has called the extension left-handed on this one.
It's a good weapon for her, especially considering her height. Does have to use it a fair bit, about the 4th time in this match that she's switched up hands. Even tried it on a tough, very tough draw shot one time, so she's confident with it.
Yeah, it's interesting when you have a right-hander playing with a left-hander. You can sometimes be forgiven to playing your next shot for yourself and it actually not being the most comfortable for your opponent. Or rather for your teammate. Now, leaving a little angle to come over for the 5, but wants to leave an angle as they need to pop the cue ball out for the 6.
Good still.
Indeed, and I don't think there's the danger of catching the knuckle on the side pocket. No, that's played very well. Brought out off the long rail for the 6, with a little angle for Daniel to work with. Getting to the hill first in this deciding set, so important. Will really ask big questions of Han Yu and Kun Lim Wu. Questions which they've been answering very well so far in this match. Work.
Going the wrong way here. If she wraps around the 10, she's going to leave distance. Cue balls, yeah, she has to. It's the only place they can really get. Absolutely do not want to run into the 10 here.
No, not at all. Maybe a little haunting of that shot earlier where she put Daniel in trouble rolling up against the 7. This time, very well navigated, a little bounce off that long rail. This match has had a bit of
comfortable in speed.
Yeah.
To avoid the roll off.
Oh, this match has had a bit of everything, Eric. And in some respects, I could sit here all day, but someone has to get over that winning line, or rather a team has to get over the winning line, and we are that close. Both teams can taste it, but first foot into that semi-final looks like it's going to Amber and Daniel here. Absolutely. And that deserves a fist pump as they will look to return to the table on the hill in this deciding set. Over on our other table, there is one match still underway. Over on our TV table 3, that's the match between Fu Graba and Hiraguchi Shevchek. Although that match getting back to 1 set apiece, Fu and Graba now with a 2-1 advantage in the deciding set. And for those of you with your pen and paper handy, the winner from this match will return tomorrow for more mixed doubles action. Our semi-finals in both Belarus Carrinho Women's Open and the Billard Beckmann Men's Open, along with this mixed doubles event, will be taking place tomorrow. 11 a.m. for the women's, 3 p.m. for the men's, and 7 p.m. for the doubles on both TV Table 1 and TV Table 2. Just a quick check to see who's breaking. Quick recap. Chen Maciel taking the opening set. And a hill decider. Yu Wu replying. Now Chen Maciel on the hill leading 3-2 in this deciding set with the break.
See if he goes back to the big power here. He did. And the 6 is down. And there's the 1. So look at the match now. Going to be tough position from the 2 to the 3. 5's even in the way of coming back to rails. But it's possible to develop something.
Yeah, they may be forced, Eric, to consider the 3-7 combination with that much distance between the two. It's tricky, but like you said, options for getting position on that 3 limited. However, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This one needs making, and then focus will be on the 2 to 3. Amber at the table.
Called it, Gethin. Pressure creeping in. Wasn't able to get it down. So now the same predicament for Kunlin and Yu back to the 3 ball.
Yeah, they've got the edge. Cue ball's going to be running, but it looks like they'll be able to play it 3 rails around the top of the table. They're still having a look at what they're going to do on the 3. They've called their extension.
Kunlin likes getting straighter and then trying to draw straight back somehow. Or possibly for the combo. There's a lot of options here. But he wants her to get him straighter. No good, too thin. We'll see if Kunlin wants to go all in on a bank now.
Could play it as a 2-way, but wouldn't be left with much on the 3 if they did that. Looking to bring the 5-10 in the way. Building up in the background there. A few more eagle eyes watching in.
Polish team taking it in. Zielinski and Snigotsky, along with a couple others.
In the shorts, with their knees out. Looking up over Daniel Maciel, their fellow countryman. Working very well with Amber, finding themselves on the hill in this deciding set. Still a bit of pool left on the table, though. Ooh. That's not worked out, Eric. That cue ball needed to come past the 5.
Yeah, the 5 ball's moved now, so a couple more tracks open towards position for the 3. They haven't left it ideally here. Might be just playing the cue ball behind the 10.
Needs to run, has done.
Doesn't want to have left the right long rail here. I believe they have. They can try to get the cue ball back where they are now if they have enough of the rail.
Yeah, that would be very nice. Obviously, don't want to risk the scratch, but the value and reward in getting that cue ball back to where it is certainly up there.
Close, but they're going to leave it. Still tough to get over for the 3. He can power up between the 4-5. I think that's the best play here.
He can, Eric. Oh, wow. Table 2, never failing to deliver. What a knife's edge we are on. And what a shot to put Team Yu Wu in an excellent position and with a great chance to take this match through to what some would argue would be a well-deserved shootout.
Into the pocket thick there. It almost clipped the 5 on the way through. They're okay. Can't quite see if the cue ball's forced to run into the 9. Waited nicely. And we're going to a shootout likely here, Gethin. What a match we've had. A lot of back and forth action. Couple unexpected mistakes, but overall high level play.
Yeah, indeed. It really has been a pleasure to get to commentate on this one. I mentioned earlier, I could watch these two teams battle it out for a lot longer than this. But what a fitting ending it would be if Han Yu can leave Kun Lim Wu in position for this 10 and take this quarterfinal all the way to a shootout. He can, and we are going all the way, Eric. And well, some people may have put that money on it at the start of the match, not because of the teams, but just because Table 2 has been delivering such rewarding matches. As the referee goes over just to explain what's going on, I will just give you a quick update on the scoreboards. As I mentioned, Team Kawahara Oi already through in straight sets against Christina Klentikachi. Wang and Arcady taking a 2-1 victory over the fillers, Joshua and Pia. And over on our other table, Wojciech Shevchek and Fu Grabber. Well, Fu Grabber are 3-2 up in that deciding set. But it looks like Hiraguchi and Shevchek are on the comeback. So who knows, we could have 2 shootouts to bless us. As we look at the statistics, Eric, well, I don't think they really matter when we get to this point.
Yeah, very close in all categories and indicative of the scoreline here. It's going to be the men up to shoot first. 2 shots each. And the women will have two shots each. Kunlin likes to wrap it out of the corner. Still going with the same strategy here.
Yeah,
high speed, heart of the pocket.
Great effect. Daniel Maciel wiping down the shaft of his cue. It's his turn. As Eric pointed out. Alternating breaks. First 2 for the males of the team. And the remaining 2 for their partners. And then we'll go to sudden death if it's locked up at 4 apiece. Daniel Maciel looking to keep a green tick on the board for his team. Boom.
2 for 2.
Now, I had the pleasure of listening in on your last match, Eric. George was talking us through some of the shootouts of note. We've had a few go into the double digits. These first 2 shots are making it appear like these 2 gentlemen are not going to give an inch. 1 for 1. And Kunlin with his second. Ooh, in the heart, Eric, but woohoo!
Within a cue ball of scratching 2 rails in the corner. It's okay.
It was. Riding his luck a little, but made the most important part of that shot. Potting the 10. Keeping it all green on the top half of the scoreboard. Maciel looking to do likewise with his second. 2-1 currently to Yu Wu.
He's missed it. First miss in the first 4 shots. An advantage to Wu and Yu now. If Han Yu makes these last 2, they'll be guaranteed the win. And pressure's going to be on Chen for the next 2. So a big one there.
And you looking to back up this advantage and just turn the screw a little bit tighter on their opponents. For her first of her 2 10 shootouts.
Nicely done.
Not a problem, Eric. And that is certainly advantage to Han Yu and Kunlin there. It will be Amber with the job now of making the next 2, and it may not be enough, but it needs to start with this one.
Must make here for Chen. He's got it.
What a pressure pot. That's kept them in it.
Now, Han Yu for the match. If this ball goes down, they'll be advancing to the semifinals. Hard-fought battle between 2 strong teams. Kunlin can't look. He's hiding his face.
Oh my, Eric. Han, it is in the heart of the pocket. Han Yu delivering, and Team Yu Wu, whoa, with a huge high five and a big, big smile. Well, they've booked their place in tomorrow's semi-finals. That will kick off at 7 p.m. Commiserations to Amber Chawa Chen and Daniel Maciel, who have played absolutely fantastically, unbeaten to get to this point. And, well, a deep congratulations to Han Yu and Kun Lim Wu, who actually made their way over to the losers' side in their opening match, being defeated by this very team. So bittersweet revenge for them. We will be returned for action tomorrow. There's still 2 days of action, but tomorrow it will be all about the semi-finals. 11 o'clock we'll kick off with the Carrinho, or rather the Billiards Carrinho Women's Open. We will continue then at 3 o'clock with the Billard Beckmann Men's Open. And then we'll be back at 7 o'clock for the semi-finals of the Predator mixed doubles action. Thanks ever so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you found this shootout as thrilling as we did in the box. A big thank you to my colleague Eric Horlifson. My name's Gethin Davis, and for all the papas out there listening in, present and past, wishing you a very happy Father's Day. We look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow. Set your alarm clocks. Thank you again.